Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Committee of the Whole, April 21st, 2020, or April 21st, 2026. Call the meeting to order at 8:31 a.m. We'll start off with the approval of agenda. Does anybody have anything to add? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve said agenda? Councillor Penner.
I would move that the Committee of the Whole approve the agenda as presented.
Perfect, thank you. Approval of the minutes from the, all in favor? Carried. Approval of the minutes from the March 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole meeting. Are there any errors, omissions, corrections? Councillor Cunningham.
I will move to approve the March 12th, 2026 COW meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Moving on to 2.1, infrastructure studies. Just so everybody is aware, we'll do a little introduction starting on my right. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Ackie-Linden area.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Lorelei Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Good morning, Richard Hoppins, Division 6, up in the northwest corner, Wimborne.
Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Lowell Olson, Division 4.
Darcy Penner, Division 2. Some of the places we're talking about today.
The floor is yours.
Sure. Chris George, the Red Deer Region Manager. I'm just here with Taylor. She'll be presenting.
Okay, and I'm Taylor Sunderman. I'm a project engineer at MPE, and I was the lead on the master plan projects.
Good. So thank you. Good morning, Council. So this morning, Taylor is here to present findings on the infrastructure studies that we did for both Hamlet of Swalwell as well as the Hamlet of Torrington. Back in 2025, Kneehill County engaged with MPE to basically perform an inventory of our infrastructure of both of those hamlets and provide recommendations for upgrades and to that infrastructure. The objective of the project was to collect, summarize, and present the information in a nice package that can basically provide us a roadmap of our conditions of our thing and a roadmap into our future planning to either replace, repair, or maintain those assets that we have within the two hamlets. So today they're going to run over just that master plan and show you what was found, what's working well, what's not working well, what we should be looking at for the future and that sort of thing. So we'll turn it over to Taylor and she'll go through it. And if you have any questions throughout, please let us know.
Okay, perfect. So as John kind of introduced, we did a master plan for Torrington and for Swalwell. We did it as part of one project, but I have a separate presentation for each community just to run through these. So as John had said, we assessed the infrastructure condition as well as capacity for water, stormwater, and roadway networks within both communities. We prepared a report summarizing the findings, and then we also identified any areas for improvements, any maintenance requirements, and any upgrades that need to be done for future growth. So we assessed these infrastructures based on existing condition, future growth, and as well as current standards and guidelines. For our study scope, so we started with an introductory meeting with the county to discuss the overall project and goals, and we collected any available information. So this included water consumption data, any maps or drawings that the county had for either community. So this included maps of water and sewer systems, pump stations, the lagoons, and any lagoon discharge records. And then we conducted inspections of the key infrastructure, identified upgrades, and then we developed some Class D or high-level cost estimates. And then based on the recommended improvements that we had made, we assembled a capital plan taking into consideration these cost estimates, and annual budgets, and then we assign some priority levels for the different infrastructure upgrades. So first, for Torrington, we needed to consider any population growth and distribution. So the county indicated that currently there aren't any plans to expand the community. However, we did assume there would be some population growth. So based on the historical data, there is 0.9% population growth in Torrington. So for the purposes of our report, we assumed a 1% growth rate. The key infrastructure that we were looking at included the potable water supply and distribution system, sanitary collection and treatment, as well as transportation. So we looked at the water consumption data from the last 12 years, and we had estimated that the average day demand, or ADD, is approximately 336 liters per capita per day. The max day demand, or MDD, is 672 liters per capita per day, and the peak hour demand, or PHD, is 1,344 liters per capita per day. So we used slightly more conservative values for the purposes of the report. We used 350, 700, and 1,400 for those parameters. Water supply and storage. So water is supplied by the Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission. Water is stored in the Torrington Reservoir and Pump Station, which is located north of Highway 27 and pictured on the slide. And then it is distributed to the community. So the reservoir capacity is 719 cubic meters. Based on Alberta Environment Standards, it is required that Torrington have 65 cubic meters of storage for typical water consumption. So this includes any emergency volume. And then it is recommended that a community have an additional storage volume for fire flows. So previous fire underwriter survey standards require that communities supply 4,500 liters per minute of fire flow for 2 hours, which equates to 540 cubic meters. So based on those guidelines, the Torrington Reservoir has adequate capacity for kind of typical consumption as well as fire flows. This is Torrington still, yeah. The pump station, so we have a group of engineers who visited the pump station, and they had completed a visual inspection and recommended some repairs. So a complete list of the recommendations is included in the report, but some of the higher priority items include replacing recirculation pump and chlorine analyzer, replacing various piping, corroded bolts, and corroded valves, installing a gas detector, rerouting the generator fueling port and exhaust vent, repair concrete spalling and exposed rebar on pump bases, installing a redundant power supply, and installing an auto dialer for emergency notification callouts. Okay. Water distribution. So as I had mentioned, we gather information at the beginning of the project, which includes any record drawings. So from the record drawings, we were able to kind of collect information on material sizes and, material type and pipe sizes, as well as the time of installation. So based on the records, the system was constructed in 1964 and consisted of primarily asbestos concrete, or AC pipe. Since then, the majority of the system has been replaced with PVC and some sections of HDPE pipe, but there are still a few sections of AC pipe remaining in the system. We assume that PVC and HDPE pipe are in good condition, but that AC is nearing the end of its service life. And we recommend that any remaining sections of AC pipe be replaced when it is convenient to do so. We also completed a GPS survey of any visible features of the water system, so this includes hydrants and valves. We performed hydrant flow testing, so we commissioned SFE Global to perform that testing for us. And then we assessed the capacity of the system based on the size of the mains, and we do that using modeling software. And we also take into account history of breaks or leaks. So based on anecdotal information that was provided from the county, there was a repair performed in 2018. There was a leak due to a rusted repair clamp that was replaced, and there was also a leaking valve that was replaced in 2020. But other than that, there is no significant history of breaks. So no major issues have been recorded in recent years aside from curb stop replacements. Okay, and then our next step is to assess the capacity of the system with water system modeling. So we take any information we've gathered, including the layout of the system, pipe materials and sizes, enter that into a modeling software, and then we model for different scenarios. So water systems are required to maintain certain pressures in various scenarios, and then the results from that model can tell us where pressures are being met, where they are low, and with that software we can kind of test out different upgrades to verify how effectively they address those issues. So for Torrington, we modeled the average day demand, the max day demand, peak hour, and we also modeled for fire flow. So based on that model, the ADD max day demand and peak hour demand scenarios showed that the pressure throughout the system is adequate, but during the fire flow scenario, it was lower pressures were noted in some areas of the community. So based on those model results, we tested out some improvements, and based on that modeling, we recommended increasing pipe diameter of some of the existing mains. We also recommended adding in some system looping or installing some water mains where there weren't previously. So looping also has the added benefit of improving water quality and water supply in the event of a service disruption. And as I mentioned earlier, we are also recommending that any remaining sections of AC pipe left in the system be replaced. And we have recommended the addition of 4 hydrants to improve fire protection coverage. Okay, after that, we moved on to the sanitary collection system. So based on the record drawings, the majority of the system is vitrified clay tile or VCT pipe. We performed a GPS survey of manholes and also performed manhole inspections complete with measurements down to pipe inverts. We acquired the services of a sub-consultant to complete some sanitary main video inspection. So that was Camtrack that performed that for us, and I can go into a little more details of those services in the next slide. So first we modeled for capacity of the system, again using some modeling software. We entered in the existing system layout, material and pipe sizes, as well as estimated sewage generation for current and future population projections. And the results indicated that the capacity of the system is adequate to handle both current and future demands. So there's no upgrades required to the sanitary collection system in terms of capacity. Okay, so we performed manhole inspections of all the manholes in Torrington. We have an in-house form, which is pictured on the slide. And there are sections of the form used to assess different features of a manhole, including the surface, top slab, collars, ladder rungs, barrels, base, and pipe leads. So we're kind of looking for verification that surface water would not drain into a manhole, it would drain away. We're looking at an overall condition of the material, whether that material be concrete or brick. We note if there's any deterioration or evidence of groundwater leaking into the manhole. We look for any gaps in grout. We assess the condition of ladder rungs. If they are rusted or deteriorated, are they still safe for use? We also look at pipe leads, and we want to verify that they are intact and sealed at the manhole. Any gaps in grouting or improper sealing would indicate that there's a location for groundwater to seep into the manhole, which can create some capacity issues for a sanitary system. And as I mentioned, we also measured depth to pipe inverts. So this, with the combination of GPS survey of manhole, allows us to verify the slope of the pipes in the system, and it also helps for setting up our model. Sanitary main camera inspection. So CamTrack performed a video inspection of the majority of the system. I think there were some small sections they couldn't access. But they are specifically, we review the footage and we specifically look for any cracks, breaks, exposed gaskets, joint offsets or gaps, any sags in the sanitary main, which would create a capacity issue. And then we also look at intrusions from either service or roots or mineral deposits. We compile all this information into a spreadsheet, and then we use it to perform a condition rating for each pipe segment. And then pipe segments with more defects or more severe defects are generally rated as poor and a higher priority for repair. And pipe segments with very few defects are rated as good and generally don't require any rehab. And then pipes with a fair rating are more of a in-between. They likely require some rehabilitation but are not a high priority. Okay. Sanitary collection system recommended improvements. So there are multiple rehabilitation options that we can perform for sanitary mains. The first option would be relining or in situ repair. So if there's fairly minor defects such as cracks or small breaks, we can repair them with a relining. If issues with the pipe are more severe, it would require a full replacement. So some defects such as a larger pipe sag can't be fixed with relining. Major joint offsets, things like that would require a full replacement. Sometimes we can do a spot repair, so that's if there's just a single large issue in a pipe, such as one large sag that can be replaced in just that section, so that we minimize the amount of ground disturbance. And then another option is a hybrid repair, which is a combination of a spot repair and a relining. So there might be a pipe segment that has one large sag that needs to be replaced, and then the rest of it has cracks or very minor breaks, which can be replaced with relining, in which case we would perform both of those recommendations. Okay. And just a benefit of relining is it avoids excavating an entire pipe section. It wouldn't require the replacement of asphalt, so it can minimize cost where it is an acceptable repair. Sanitary treatment. So the Torrington Lagoon has 2 anaerobic cells, which are suitable for 2 days of retention. One single facultative cell, which is meant to retain fluid for 60 days, and one storage cell, which is meant to retain fluid for 365 days. There is an inlet structure that discharges into the 2 anaerobic cells. There is a transfer structure located in between the anaerobic cells and also between the anaerobic cell and the facultative cell, which is pictured in the middle there. And then there is a transfer structure in between the facultative and the storage cell, and there's also an outlet structure at the downstream of the storage cell, which is meant to discharge the lagoon. Our analysis included a capacity assessment of the lagoon as well as a visual inspection of the lagoon and the concrete structures. So based on our sewage generation and population growth assumptions, the lagoon has adequate capacity for the existing and future demands. So this capacity assessment may need to be redone if there is a single large sewer generator that becomes part of the system. And it is worth noting that there have been years where a discharge of the lagoon has not been required. So capacity is not thought to be an issue at this point. Okay, the treatment system condition. So overall, the lagoon is in fair condition. During the inspection, we did note the presence of cattails and some large shrubs along the top internal side slopes and near the toe of the external side slopes. So presence of vegetation can be an indication of seepage. It's not always a guarantee that it's present, but it could be. So it is recommended that vegetation be mowed regularly. Over time, the root system of vegetation can actually damage the liner of a clay lagoon. Some erosion was noted due to wave action. So it was observed in the storage cell, and recycled concrete has been used for bank protection, which is suitable. The discharge valve of the lagoon no longer functions. So I think for recent years, county staff has been kind of siphoning effluent out of the storage cell. So this can be a concern as rapid drawdown can damage a clay liner over time. So it is recommended that the discharge valve be replaced. And an inspection was also completed of the transfer structures. So because of the presence of sewage sitting in structures, they do tend to experience concrete wear a little more rapidly than manholes throughout the through the collection system, sorry. There were some structures that were completely full of sewage and couldn't be inspected fully. But the inlet structure and the structure between the facultative and storage cell were completely visible. We were able to inspect them, and they are recommended for replacement. The outlet structure was also visible and is actually fine. It's just the valve that needs to be replaced. Transportation infrastructure. So we have a crew that comes out and does a field survey of all the roadways. So they came out to Torrington in a data collection van. They conducted a visual inspection as well as took some measurements and performed some tests to determine the condition of pavement. And they also noted the condition of sidewalks in Torrington, and they conducted maps of the system. So based on the conditions, they recommend repairs, which can include an overlay, mill and overlay, full depth repair, and reconstruction. So as you can see in this slide, the majority of the system is in poor or fair condition, and the rehab recommended for the road segments, the primary method of repair is a full mill and overlay. So you can see in this figure that green would be good, blue is an indication of fair, purple is satisfactory, yellow is poor, and red is very poor. So there's quite a bit of blue and yellow. Sidewalk condition. So the majority of the sidewalks in Torrington are in good condition, and there's only a couple segments that are in fair condition, which is shown in orange in this slide. Okay. And deliverable, sorry. We take all the results and the findings from each of the key infrastructures and compile them into a single report. This report includes figures, many of which were featured on these slides. We prepare Class D cost estimates for each system. In the body of the report, we show the cost estimate for each individual system, but then in the appendices, we show them as part of larger projects. So we look at whether there are streets in a community that require work on the water and roadway and sanitary systems and lump them into one project. and then use those to prepare a capital plan. So the goal is that if a particular street requires modifications or upgrades to more than one system, it can be done at once and be done more efficiently to reduce costs further on, So we also prioritize the upgrades so that if there is a particular roadway or block that has higher priorities to multiple systems, that project would rank as a higher priority overall in comparison to others. And also included in the report are the hydrant flow testing results, manhole inspection forms, and sanitary main inspection, the reports and videos. So that is it for Torrington. Are there any other questions?
Seeing none, looks like you can continue.
Okay.
Oh,
Some of that sidewalk repair, was it actual cement degradation, or was, just the only reason I got a complaint from Rob Mitchell there. Sorry.
Just wondered what was the issue with the sidewalk. If it was, the only reason is I got a complaint from a Rob Mitchell that some the one sidewalk area where he's at had sunk below the curb, and the water was being directed towards his place and also the Silver Willows building. So just wondered if it was the degradation of the sidewalk was structural, or was it just problems with the slope or
I
sinking?
can verify with our transportation group, but I think they do note things like that. If there's settling, concrete degradation, cracking, breaks. So I can look into that, but it's possible that that was an issue that was noted.
Mr. Conklin, do you have a statement?
Thank you, through the chair. That specific thing, so we will be addressing that. We're just gonna use some cold mix to try to help move the water away, because that's right on the building and the property line, so not much we can do until that's all ripped up and redone, so.
Perfect, thank you. Please continue.
Perfect. Okay, so now on to Swalwell. So I'll avoid repeating any of the information that was similar to both of these communities. So I'll kind of skip over the project scope and objective and just get right to the information. So population growth and distribution. The population growth, historical data, I think actually shows a bit of a decline. But for the purposes of this report, we assume there would be a 0.5% growth increase. And again, based on conversations with the county, there's no current plans for expansion, but we had assumed a population growth regardless. So we looked at water consumption data for the past 14 years and noted that the ADD is roughly 244 liters per capita per day. Max day demand is 488 liters per capita per day, and peak hour demand is 976 liters per capita per day. And again, we used slightly more conservative values for the purposes of our report. Water supply and storage. Again, water is supplied by the Aqua 7 Regional Water Commission, and water is stored in an on-site reservoir at the corner of King Street and Railway Avenue South, pictured on the slide, and then is distributed to the community. So the reservoir capacity is 350 cubic meters. Alberta Environment Standards indicate that the Swalwell Reservoir should have 22 cubic meters of storage for typical consumption and emergency volume. And then as for fire flow, so as I mentioned in the Torrington proposal, previous FUS standards specified that a community needed to have 540 cubic meters of storage for fire flow. This is no longer a standard. It was a previous standard. It's been removed from that document. Alberta Environment Guidelines specify that fire demand is fire protection is essentially left up to the municipality. So a reservoir expansion could be an option. This isn't always a preferred option for certain communities as there's a depletion in chlorine. It's a little bit harder to maintain chlorine residuals. So a secondary storage location specifically for fire flow and non-potable water could be a potential issue if that's desired. The pump station. So again, a complete list of recommendations is included in the report, but just to summarize a few of the higher priority items, this includes replacing various piping and corroded bolts, corroded valves and pressure gauges, replacing chlorine analyzer and chlorine dosing pump, replacing or refurbishing the corroded fire pump and pipe supports, installing mechanical ventilation, repairing or replacing floor drains, apron slab, settlement, and floor coatings, patching and repairing holes in walls, replacing obsolete VFDs, PLC, and HMI, relocating the electrical panel to meet clearance requirements, and installing an auto dialer for emergency call-out notifications. The water distribution. So again, we looked at record documents. We completed a GPS survey, completed hydrant flow testing, and conducted a capacity assessment of the water system. So the county also indicated that as far as history of breaks or leaks, they've been quite minor again. It mostly consisted of replacing curb stops in recent years. There was also some complaints of low pressure in the system, but when the bulk water station was in use, so the allowable amount of withdrawal from the bulk station was limited, and following that change, there's been no complaints of low pressure in the system. Okay, water system modeling. So similar to Torrington, we created and calibrated a water model using the available information and checked against system pressure requirements. So there were some challenges calibrating this model. So generally how we calibrate a model is we use the results from the hydrant flow testing. And in this case, when the hydrant testing was performed, the fire pump, I don't think was kicking into its full potential. So I think there is some, I guess, programming that requires hydrants to be open for a certain period of time before it will fully kick on. So we were able to calibrate the model using some static measurements, but that is something that should be verified before any changes to the water system are made. Okay, so following our model calibration, we were able to verify that the ADD max day, MTD and peak hour demand scenarios were adequate. And again, similar to Torrington, the fire flow scenario showed some areas where there was lower pressure. Okay, so we tested some improvements and concluded that we can increase some pipe diameter for some sections of pipe mains, and that was sufficient for addressing the lower pressures. And then also recommended the addition of 7 hydrants to improve fire flow coverage. Okay. Sanitary collection. For Swalwell, we reviewed record drawings, confirmed the entire sanitary system is comprised of asbestos concrete. And similarly to Torrington, we completed GPS survey of manholes, manhole inspections, a capacity assessment, and video inspections of the mains. Okay. So The results from the sanitary collection system modeling indicate that the current system is suitable and can handle current and future demands, so there's no upgrades required in terms of capacity. And again, we performed manhole inspections, so I won't go into those details again. Sanitary collection system recommended improvements. So again, there's multiple possible rehabilitation options. The majority of the recommendations that we've made for Swalwell consist of pipe replacements shown in red and also some hybrid repairs which are shown in purple on these slides. Sanitary treatment. So the Swalwell Lagoon consists of one facultative cell, which is intended to retain fluid for 60 days, and one storage cell, which is intended to retain fluid for 365. So there's an inlet structure that discharges sewage into the facultative cell, an outlet structure that releases effluent from the lagoon, and there are two structures located in between the facultative and the storage cell. One is a transfer structure which allows fluid to pass from the facultative to the storage cell. And there is a second structure that actually allows for complete draining of the facultative cell. So this is useful if there's ever a need to perform any maintenance or upgrades on the facultative cell. Our analysis included a capacity assessment as well as a visual inspection of the lagoon and the concrete transfer structures. Based on our sewage generation and population growth assumptions, the lagoon has adequate capacity for the existing and future demands. There has been years where the county has not needed to perform a discharge in this lagoon. And as was the case with Torrington, if any large sewer generator ties into the system, then this capacity assessment will need to be assessed again. Sanitary treatment condition. So overall, the lagoon is in good condition. The lagoon cells have HDPE liner and a under-drain system as well as groundwater monitoring wells. The site access is restricted with a chain link fence, and county staff indicated that the wells are also always dry and no water has been observed coming from the under drain. So this is a good sign that the liner is not leaking. There are some shrubs that are beginning to establish at the top banks, which need to be cut, but there's no dense vegetation present on the external side slopes. Some rodent holes were observed, but there's no signs of slippage or erosion on internal side slopes. On the external side slope, there was one location where erosion was noted, and that needs to be repaired. It is causing the fence to kind of lean in one spot. The lagoon outlet concrete headwall is showing signs of concrete wear and should be replaced and repaired at some point, but this is not a high priority item. It doesn't interfere with the performance of the lagoon. The transfer structure in between the facultative and storage cell is showing some signs of concrete wear, which can be corrected or repaired with a spray-on coating to protect against any further deterioration. Okay, so again, our transportation crew went to Swalwell and completed an assessment of the community's roadways and sidewalks. The roadway thank you. The roadway condition, the majority of the system is in satisfactory to good condition. So as be seen in the figure. Green is an indication of good, blue is fair, purple is satisfactory, and yellow is poor. For the roads in poor condition, we are recommending mill and overlays within the next 2 years, and we have recommended repairs for kind of upcoming years, but they are not currently required. So overall, the system is in good condition. Okay, and sidewalks, there's only one section of sidewalk within the community of Swalwell, and it is in fair condition. And then similar to Torrington, we compiled all the results and findings of key infrastructure into a single report, which includes figures and Class D cost estimates, which are then assembled into a capital plan, and then all of the background information that is gathered, including the hydrant flow testing, manhole inspection forms, and sanitary main inspection reports and videos are also included as appendices. Okay, so are there any questions for Swalwell?
Thank you very much. Is there anybody have any questions? I guess no questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you for your time today, so appreciate doing that, so.
Yeah, thank you. We'll take this information and study it a little further and come up with a plan as to what we need to proceed with. So thank you very much. Okay, we'll carry on. With that presentation, I guess council, committee of the whole recommend the council receive this report as information. And we'll move on to item 3.1, road access history, Southwest 19, 29, 22, west of 4. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, council. Thank you very much. So this came to the March 12th Committee of the Whole meeting, and we were discussing building or getting a road built down a undeveloped road allowance. So council then requested some information, history regards to payments for private access into this quarter. So administration did a deep dive into our records, and we found all sorts of goodies. But virtually the gist of it is, yes, we've paid for access to this land over the past 45, 50 years, various amounts, sometimes nothing, sometimes it's been brought back. I think the payments ranged anywhere from $75 a year to $300 a year, plus there was a one-time payment in '96 for $180 a year. They were all temporary solutions. There was never any long-term agreements made. Yeah, so that's kind of the history on it. It's been back and forth to road committee in the past, looking at different ways to build access, and every time it went to the road committee, virtually the road committee and council decided that it was not feasible to build access into that corridor. It was not financially feasible. So landowner also presented on March 12th there and had asked council to look into providing gravel because he is looking into his own private laneway or road into that corridor. So if that's something council wishes to deep dive into, or not even a deep dive, but look into, we can definitely do that. But virtually that's the historic background on high level on this access problem.
Reeve McCook.
Is that 3.2, is that what you're discussing, Merle? rather than what we're discussing here on this one. So we'll discuss the gravel on the other one, on 3.2.
And
That's agenda 3.2.
yeah. Are there any questions regarding 3.1 road access? That was just an quick overview of what has happened with that road access over the years. Reeve McCook?
Yeah, just a comment, like, I figured we've done something, you know, as a council to help these farmers out on accesses like this. And it's good to see. So, I mean, I think we got to continue to look at different ways to help guys get into their fields.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, and I always hope we can encourage the landowner to do something here, but not creating, you know, a big precedence.
Right.
And making sure that we keep that in mind when we decide something.
And we also have another individual in the north that would like to possibly acquire some of that gravel. So I guess we need to come up with a plan. Go ahead.
So through the chair, so we still have the Gallagher gravel at our stockpile sites. That is always for sale. So previously, it's been priced at $19 a ton to do cost recovery on that. But it's always been an option to still purchase. We have not done the gravel days where we were sitting there waiting for people to show up. The first year we did that, we didn't have great turnout and it was hard to coordinate. And so virtually, if a landowner is interested in purchasing gravel, they are more than welcome to call, and then we can go that route. So,
Reeve McCook?
Yeah, the response, or not the response, the request from the Merle's ratepayer is that we supply some of that gravel. That gravel has already been bought by the ratepayers once. It's not going anywhere. Nobody wants it. It's not good for anything. We can't put it on the roads. These are areas that I think we should be able to help our ratepayers on. For an example, Don Ferguson, his road, he wants that gravelled. I mean, if we would be able to, and he's gonna look after everything, hauling everything, we should give it to him. There's other ratepayers out there that need some gravel that can use it under bins or whatever, where it's not going to be based on tracking and or wet. Once it's wet, it's no good. I mean, we can look at stuff like that. I think we need to get rid of these stockpile sites that are in there. Their gravel's no good for the roads. We all know that. So we have to find something that we need to we can do with it. And I think this is some good things.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I agree. I think we need to encourage use of this, if, you know, especially for the road that he's looking to put it on. I mean, if we can definitely help him out there, I think so. Seeing as it's had a storied past, I think, you know, there's some precedents there that we need to look at. But yeah, I'm if this is the gravel with the dirt in it, is that what we're talking about, the Gallagher stuff? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Then maybe we should drop the price per tonnage or something if we need to.
Go ahead, Mike.
through the chair, that is correct. So we have two stockpiles left with a decent amount. So there's this Gallagher gravel that has a high clay content is really what's the orange tinge to it, which tracks and stuff. So we have some left in Trochu stockpile, some out at Hiller stockpile. We have a very small amount in the Three Hills yard that we've been using for various projects. The Hiller stuff, we have used it for working on some of the dirt roads that have previously had upgrades done to them out in that East Country. So that we do have some use intended for it, some of it this year, to help try to get that stockpile cleaned out. But definitely if council wants to look at lowering the price per ton that we sell it for, or potentially supplying for this project, I'm sure I can throw a quick RFP together for next week's council meeting for your guys' review, so.
Okay, I guess my question would be,
Well, oh, sorry. So, sorry, not next week, sorry.
my question would be, would the landowner or the gravel, people that are requesting the gravel load it themselves? Would we load it? What is the legality, liability issue if their equipment's on our site? That would be my questions. That may be some of the questions answered in that package, but.
Through the chair, we can, so typically we've loaded it when we're in the area, so we don't usually let people in with a loader on our stockpile sites for the legality of it.
Right.
Plus then we know what inventory is leaving and who's there. If we kind of open it up, everyone might just show up on a random day with a tractor, and then we have no way of tracking it. So we try to coordinate it to when we have a loader in the area, especially a Trochu there. It's easy when we're hauling and graveling in that area to have someone come in and pick some gravel up. Hiller's a little different. We'd have to haul a loader out there depending on what the project is, so.
Okay. Councillor Woodstock.
Thanks, Mike. Just a quick question. That gravel from Gallagher would be suitable as a base. It wouldn't be suitable as a top overcoat, but base, it would be something that we could use.
Yeah, through the chair, it is more of a designated to base gravel. The issue with that gravel is it's wet in the stockpile. It's hard to get out of the trucks. Once you do get it dried and packed, it is a very strong base. It's just getting it dried and packed. And then once you blade it, if it were on a road, for example, you blade it and you get a rainfall, then it takes a while to dry out, becomes slippery, and has those characteristics that we're not so fond of.
Rave McCook.
Yeah, I guess what we're looking for is, I'd like to, maybe what we should do is recommend to council, I'd like to recommend to council that we look at the Ferguson project and supply Mr. Ferguson with the gravel. He picks it up, he does everything for his little stretch of road there that he had to pay big dollars for. And I do believe that as far as the dollars and cents, I mean, the ratepayers have already paid for this once. So I don't think we need to charge 19 bucks. I think we can cut that right down to almost firehouse sales. We're just about giving it away.
Councillor Cunningham.
So do you know off the top of your head, last time we hosted gravel days, like how much gravel was sold to ratepayers?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact numbers off the top of my head. We could definitely get them. It wasn't a ton, a few thousand tons total. A lot of it was single residents buying majority of it, and then we were having troubles with someone buying 1 ton of gravel and not being able to have the proper vehicle to haul it, and then no way to load it safely.
Right.
So.
Okay. Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I think if we do something like that, we just pick a few days and, yeah, say you guys have to be here, or and if we don't get, I don't know if we can have them order what they want, so we don't have somebody sitting out there for 8 hours and waiting for one guy at 10 o'clock and one guy at 4 kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, through the chair, yeah, the gravel day logistics are a difficult one. I think it would really, if we were gonna look at, I guess administration's recommendation would be if council wishes to sell the gravel, or continue selling the gravel at a lower price, we just have ratepayers call in and we try to coordinate it within the normal schedule instead of having set days, just depending on where they're at, and hopefully if they're kind of in between the two pits, we can make one or the other work, and just work with the residents. I guess if there's a high demand, then it might be that you're out there for a couple days type of thing, but.
Okay, we have a motion moved by Reeve McCook. Any further discussion? Actually, would you like to read that motion for us?
That's not the motion that I made, I don't think. The motion I was made is to supply, allow Mr. Ferguson gravel for free for that stretch of road that he's doing there. He's picking it up as per his letter. And then the ratepayers to cut rate on the ratepayers for the gravel days. It's
Okay.
fine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you like to read that out just so that the public can hear?
That the committee of the whole recommend to council to direct administration to direct administration to bring back a report to council on the potential of supplying Kneehill gravel to Don Ferguson free of charge and look at the supply of gravel to ratepayers at a reduced cost.
Any further discussion? Councillor Olson?
Yeah, just wanting maybe to stipulate which gravel we're talking about. In that,
Good call. Good point.
Yeah, we can add that to the motion, for sure. This is Gallagher gravel.
Gallagher? Good catch, thank you. Councillor Whitstock?
So are we looking at limiting the amount, or is it an unlimited amount of gravel for free?
The amount to gravel that stretch of road that he's acquired through that.
Okay, I don't,
One-time gravel,
pardon?
a one-time gravel.
Okay, so we don't have an estimate on the amount? I'm just asking, I'm not familiar with the road. I don't know if it's a half mile, if it's a quarter mile, or if it's 100 feet, so.
Yeah.
We don't know that either right now.
So we're not limiting the amount?
No.
It's whatever he wants?
Yep.
I guess at
For that
some
stretch
point,
road.
if you're really wanting that number, we can get a survey from the,
Why don't we put it on road committee? We'll go out and run it.
okay.
You'll be down that way.
Yep.
Road committee anyways, so that might work and that could tie in with the report that,
That ties into the report.
yeah. Yeah, it still has to come back to council, so, and it might, yeah, help to specify the land location. So that,
It's in that letter.
yeah, Carolyn's just typing it up now. Reeve McCook, are you, everybody good with the
Looks good to me.
wording on this motion? Any further discussion? Councillor Penner?
I guess the only comment I would make would be concerning the last portion of that motion, look at supplying gravel to ratepayers at reduced cost. We have two independent suppliers in the county that make a living selling gravel, and I'm not so sure as a county that we want to be undermining our own private industries by selling gravel at discounted prices.
I agree with you in that part, except for the fact that we're talking about a deficient gravel. If we weren't talking about the deficient gravel, I would completely support, but.
Okay, but as I understand that motion, we're not identifying supplying gravel to ratepayers at reduced cost. Oh, I see, okay.
from the Gallagher.
Okay, so it's the whole thing, it's just the one pit, like we're not, okay,
The Gallagher gravel, yes.
right,
And the Gallagher gravel is located in 3 different locations.
right.
So, go ahead, Reeve McCook.
Yeah, and I think what we should do too is we can identify verbally to people that this isn't Class A gravel. Like, this is trouble gravel.
Go ahead, Mr. Conklin.
Through the chair. So with that, when the RFD comes back, not next Tuesday, but once it's prepared and ready to go, we do have drone surveys verifying quantities, so I can put that in the RFD so that we know exactly how much we have remaining. We can clarify what areas it's at, and then all that information can be laid out in that RFD for council's review before you guys make a decision on it, so.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. You have a good day. Sure, we can take a quick break at 9:32. Success.
Yeah, good.
Welcome back, everyone. It's 9:56. We have Delegation Badlands Recreation Development Corporation, 2.2. Before we begin, just reminding everyone, welcome. And the delegation is here to present a information session only. And I know I see a lot of our constituents, ratepayers, whatever you'd like to be called, in the room. And at this time, there's no room for comments. We appreciate you attending, and again, this is for information only, not a public hearing. So appreciate everybody attending today. We'll do a little short introduction around the room, so please on my right.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Acme-Linden area.
Merle Anderson, Division 1.
Morning, thanks everyone for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Richard Hoppins, Division 6, up in the northwest, Huxley or Wimborne area.
Lonnie McCook, Division 7.
Lowell Olson, Division 4.
Good morning, Darcy Penner, Division 2.
Perfect. So if the delegation would like to begin.
Does that, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. Good morning, Reeve, councillors and staff. Thank you for the opportunity. With the new council, this is a chance for me to introduce the Badlands Motorsports Resort project, which was approved under Bylaw 1597. Today, I'll give a brief overview of the Badlands Motorsports Resort, where we are today and the key challenges we need to resolve. To move into construction, I'll also highlight the major approvals already secured and the economic benefits this project can deliver. This is a picture of the property taken in August of 2008 and remains relatively unchanged today. This was it was after we had purchased it for development. This timeline shows the long arc of work behind the project, from acquiring the land and completing technical studies through approvals and appeals to our current work integrating energy projects. I'll give you a chance to take a look at the timeline that we started here. Of course, it was in 2006. I believe. Right, okay. Somehow there's a mix-up on this. 206. 2014. Okay, that's ready. The key takeaway is that the project has progressed through the major planning and regulatory milestones and is positioned for the next phase once remaining constraints are addressed. Again, this goes up to the present time. We'll take a look at that. We've gone through all these steps. The comprehensive site development plan was submitted to Kneehill County in March of 2016, meeting county planning regulations and direct control bylaw standards with supporting technical reports. Those are all that stuff that we had to put in. I think it was Barbara Hazelton was the one that received these at the time. The site plan illustrates all approved elements outlined in both the area structure plan and the land use bylaws in compliance with these regulatory frameworks. You'll see this plan was our second plan. Our first plan was revised to the final one here. And it shows all the elements that we have that are under the land use bylaw and area structure plan. Bylaw 1597 is the foundation document for this resort, confirming the site's direct control zoning, the access solution, and the phased approach. The intent is staged orderly development over time rather than a single all-at-once build. The approved plan starts with the essential track and infrastructure work, then expands into additional tracks in supporting commercial and hospitality uses. Importantly, the ASB also includes public amenities like trails and parklands that benefit the broader community. Again, the staging starts off in the nucleus is the motorsports facility, but then we progress through the commercial, hotel, and the residential, and all in a phasing plan. In parallel with the motorsports resort, we're considering advancing complementary energy concepts that leverages reliable on-site natural gas and fits within the site's industrial zoning. This creates an additional scalable economic engine while staying aligned with the ASB phasing. At this point, the major approvals are in place and have been upheld, and the technical and infrastructure planning is well advanced. Market interest is strong, so the remaining work is largely about unlocking the project so capital can flow and construction can begin. While the project has made steady progress, we have faced several challenges. The $15 million security deposit has created a funding deadlock. In addition, we successfully navigated intermunicipal disputes with Wheatland County, multiple unsuccessful appeals by the landowner neighbors against the ASB and bylaws, the Water Act approval, and the federal economic action. These were all resolved in favor of the project. The project impact is meaningful construction and operational jobs, increased visitation and amenities that support tourism and community use. At full build-out, the project tax revenue provides a significant recurring benefit to the county. Once all approved components are completed, Badlands Motorsports Resort will align with the site plan, including elements with municipal approval and compliance with the area structure plan and land use bylaws. This basically is what's projected for final build-out, but phasing is definitely the plan. Thank you for your time. I'm available to answer questions about approvals, phasing, or construction. If possible, please let me know if I can conclude with an 8-minute video.
Are there any questions? Councillor Cunningham.
So thank you for coming. This might be more of a question for administration, and it's always hard because this project was approved quite a long time ago. And even though I was on council last term, we didn't really have a lot of information from your project. So I'm just curious, like, there was a couple times it came up about a data center and then emerging energy technology. Is that technology part of the approval that was previously done?
I'll respond to that if you,
Yes, you will.
yeah. It isn't currently, so there would have to be an amendment to one of the districts in order to allow that.
Okay. Any other questions? Reeve McCook?
Yeah, going back to the approvals and stuff like that, have you been denied it on any form? Have you been denied by any court or anything on this proceeding?
I'm sorry, have we been
Denied
denied?
on any of the approvals that you've received so far.
No, we haven't been denied any approvals. Which document is that? Pardon me?
That's the Court of Queen's Bench.
Turn your mic.
Merle, turn your mic on, please.
Well,
The Court of King's Bench of Alberta ruling, are we ignoring that?
yeah, that was the decision that was to quash the approval, not the approval, it was the appeal, the appeal, the hearing. It did not quash the appeal. I submitted a letter to.
Maybe I'll clarify, if that's
Do you
okay.
want that letter?
That court quashed what was done by the board, and it threw it back at the board to rehear. So they basically said the board did not consider some of the information they should have considered.
Okay.
So they have thrown that back at the board to rehear.
Okay, thank you.
Well, basically, I did send a letter to, I'd like to read it, if you'd like to listen to it.
Okay, you do, originally we allow 15 minutes for delegations to come in. You still have a few minutes, so feel free to read that letter.
Yeah, give it a copy.
We can provide a copy to you
Okay.
after, if that's preferred.
Do you want me to read it out? Do you want me to read it?
How long is the letter?
It's 2 minutes.
What would council prefer? Read or just presented?
Present.
We can just present the letter to us, that would be great.
Just take a copy.
Okay. Perfect, thank you very much.
Pardon me?
Is this an extra one?
These are all,
I'll make copies for you.
this other one was,
Councillor Cunningham has one more question.
So, Ms. Hazelton, sorry, can I just go back to my earlier question? So, could you just explain a little bit more about the process to amend? Like, from what I'm understanding, there would only be a portion, like where the data center would be located. Is that the portion that would have to be, is it rezoned, or how would that happen?
So I think what we would probably do is amend the direct control districts to add a use to that district. That would be a limited use, but again, all of that would be a council decision and a very public process.
Okay, thanks.
So,
Thank you. Is there any more to add from the delegation?
Well, other than, I had that video, if you'd like to see the video.
Council? We're here, sure, if you have a video, we can watch.
I guess, okay.
It's not coming through.
Do you want to select a different one? There it goes. Okay, it goes. There is sound, there will be sound coming in.
Can we mic it to the computer?
It doesn't have any sound. It's not even coming through here.
Oh,
Where's that?
it's on his thumb drive. The other thumb drive, sorry, not that one.
This one?
Yeah, go down to the M4 file right there. Thank you.
This video's broken. There's no sound in it. None.
There's no sound, no, not sound yet.
Oh.
Comes in later.
What we can do is send them a link.
Yeah. There's no sound in
We
this.
can
There's
send
no
them a
sound in
link.
that file.
Yeah.
We can send them a link after.
Okay.
Okay,
I think this,
because there's no sound. There's no sound, so we can send them a link
Okay.
after, if that's okay.
okay.
All right. We will have to send you a link after because there's no sound in this one, so we will do that. So,
Okay.
Sure, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming in today, and council will take this and discuss it a little further. Thanks to the gallery for coming in. Appreciate you taking time out of your day to join us.
You can keep that.
this thumb drive, I want to get back to you
Yeah.
because it's got a lot on it.
You can keep it. I've got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll take a
This one
short
has a lot.
4-minute break to
okay. Did
let the
you
gallery
copy this?
leave and delegation Okay, welcome back. Looks like we will tackle 3.3 Kneehill Regional Parks and Rec Needs Assessment Project Overview and Council Discussion. The floor is yours.
It's still morning. Oh, good morning, council. I am bringing before you the Kneehill Regional Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment Project. So following the delegation from Ballard, there was a request to review some of the background of what this project is, why it's being done. And so that is what I'm bringing forward to you today, as well as having a little bit of a discussion on the interim report, as well as what this council would like to see prioritized in that final draft as it's being developed. So as part of the 2025 project budgets, council approved undertaking this project. It had been almost 10 years since the last related assessment had been done in the 2017 Tourism and Recreation Master Plan, and then as well as 20 years since the last big significant data pull in the 2007 Kneehill Regional Recreation Assessment. At its core, a needs assessment itself is a process that identifies the gaps between the current conditions, so what currently exists, and the desired future conditions, so what could be. We're looking at the data from stakeholders to prioritize the needs and guide decisions, as well as provide council and administration with that data. So through that, we engaged with the Ballard group of consultants, and I provide a little bit of their background here. The main, within the metrics of selecting our contractor, one of the things that really stood out to us with them was this listen first philosophy. So they really highlighted a commitment to the community and stakeholder engagement portion of this project, which is at its core what it is to be, is a data collection tool so that moving forward we can utilize it in future considerations. So yes, as I mentioned, it's a community-centered initiative that evaluates the availability, accessibility, and future needs of parks and recreation facilities across the region. It acknowledges that residents use recreational resources across municipal borders, and that collaboration between the municipalities and the community service groups in supplying these resources and services provides better access and more fiscally responsible approach to our smaller populations in a rural area. The defined purpose of the project is to give Kneehill County a clear understanding of the current state of its parks and recreation system, including the facilities, programs, and spaces, and identify strategic priorities for the next decade. The project's focus are understanding which facilities and programs currently exist, evaluating their condition, accessibility, and usage, and identifying service gaps or opportunities for improvement. A main thing is to ensure that we have alignment with council's strategic pillars. So as the new strat plan is adopted and presented to the public, those pillars that this council has developed will be incorporated into this new needs assessment so that we can highlight the connection between those and ensure that they are in alignment with council. The overall intended outcome of the project would blend that community input, facility data, and best practice research to deliver practical, prioritized recommendations, ensuring Kneehill County's recreation system is sustainable, inclusive, and ready for the future. So within the RFD here, I've included the outline of the project scope, what is and isn't included, such as, which facilities that we're looking at, the areas of assessment, so looking at facility condition, life cycle stage, amenities, the accessibility and the geographical coverage, usage patterns and operational models, service gaps, duplications, and opportunities for collaboration, as well as the tourism impacts and regional partnership potential. Out of scope for this project is anything that involves engineering condition assessments, business cases for individual facilities, and capital project approvals. Again, this is a data-centered project, not looking for, to be utilized in future planning and development. The methodology that Ballard has undertaken for this project is looking at a policy and document review, demographic and trend analysis, facility inventory and site tours, utilization and financial context investigation, community and stakeholder engagement, and peer municipality benchmarking. The different public engagement strategies that have been utilized thus far include a county-wide public survey that was promoted through different booths at community events, the local newspaper, social media ads, bookmarks that were handed out, as well as posters at businesses and public locations across the county. Additionally, there were stakeholder workshops, focus groups, and direct interviews with municipal partners, recreation and service delivery operators, recreation-based and tourism businesses, volunteer groups, clubs, and societies involved in recreation. And the one that just wrapped up would be the youth survey that was distributed to the Kneehill County schools in the Kneehill County region for high school students to provide their input from a youth perspective. Moving into the project schedule, there were 4 phases, looking at the initiation, engagement, data and collection, analysis, and the interim report. And then where we're at in phase 4 is in validation and the final reporting. So with the stage that we are at, our final, well, not final, but one of the components that we have yet to be able to engage is council and receiving your feedback on what you would like to see within this needs assessment for where it's at and the data and the recommendations for the future. So the questions that Ballard had presented at the council delegation on March 10th include, does the interim report generally reflect what council is hearing from residents? Are there any areas council would like to see more emphasis or less emphasis in the final report? What principles should guide the final report recommendations? Are there any ideas or approaches that council has seen work well elsewhere that could be adopted in the final report? And are there any potential recommendation council knows would or would not be supported and therefore should really be highlighted or not included in that final report? So following the council's recommendations, Ballard will incorporate those into the final draft, as well as I mentioned, that strategic plan and the outlook from there, and any additional outstanding data that they're collecting at the moment. And then that final draft will be brought, I believe, end of May is our intention, might be first meeting of June, so. With that, I will put it to council for their feedback.
Perfect, thank you. Does council have any questions? Councillor Olson.
Is this gonna, are they looking for more money to wrap this up?
No.
Okay.
No, there's no financial ask at this time. This is purely information and your opportunity to provide feedback into this assessment.
Reeve McCook?
Yeah, I thought the last time that Ballard was in here, we talked about this, and we'll just let him finish off the report as is, and that was the discussion, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in that 93-page report. And I guess for myself, a summary of all that information into a shorter document would be good. I encourage the ratepayers of Kneehill County to read the 93-page report, and feel free to reach out to myself or any other counselor with any concerns with it, excuse me, within it. And yeah, just so we have a better assessment, or can assess where we need to direct our or focus on, but yeah, there's a lot of information in there. Any other comments, concerns? I don't feel there's anything else that needs to be added or, but you had a comment?
I was just going to say, as far as a summary document, part of the final report will include an executive summary at the beginning. So it will give that opportunity for people to review an overview as far as, instead of the entire report, so.
Okay, perfect. Anything else? I guess that's it, that's all.
And if there is any further feedback that council finds that they receive from the community or would like to put into this, please let me know. I want to make sure that this document is something that is valuable and able to be utilized by this council and administration for future decision planning, so.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I guess the committee of the whole, we don't have any feedback to add for administration to include in the final document. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, moving on to 3.4, managing renewable energy applications.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. Over the last few years, there have been numerous conversations with council regarding renewable energy projects, specifically relating to those that are proposed to be located within Kneehill County. During the May 30th, 2023 council meeting, a motion was made that council determine on a case-by-case basis the level of participation with the AUC for any applications for renewable energy developments within Kneehill County. Admin was directed by previous leadership to present an RFD seeking council direction on creating a draft policy to help define the level of participation required, which will provide a consistent approach to these projects. In November of 2024, council directed administration to draft a policy regarding participation in the AUC hearings. Attached is the proposed policy for council review. This is the first time it's been made public, so it's certainly draft and can be edited however you see fit. Administration can bring each application to council for direction and forego the policy as per the first motion if that's council's wish. It should be noted that the timelines to respond are very tight for some applications, which may make it difficult to meet both council agenda deadlines as well as the application submission deadlines or requirements for the Alberta Utility Commission. And just some background on some of this legislation and how it's played out. In January 1st of 2020, we saw the adoption of the Renewable Electricity Act. This provincial legislation establishes a target that at least 30% of the electric energy produced in Alberta, measured on an annual basis, will be produced from renewable energy sources. The minister shall ensure that the target established is met by the end of 2030. In this act, a renewable energy resource means an energy resource that occurs naturally and that can be replenished or renewed within a human lifespan, including, but not limited to, moving water, wind, heat from the earth, sunlight, and sustainable biomass. At the federal level, Bill C-312, which received first reading on February 1st, 2023, creates a national renewable energy strategy which notes the minister must, in consultation with the provincial government representatives responsible for energy matters and with Indigenous governing bodies, develop and implement a national strategy to provide that by December 31st, 2030, 100% of electricity generated in Canada must be from renewable energy sources. As a result of these targets, significant funding from both the federal and provincial governments have been designated towards these efforts. While this bill, the federal bill, has not been adopted yet, and several provincial governments are requesting changes to the bill and timelines, it does reveal a heavily pursued agenda. As per the Alberta Electric System Operator Information, in 2024, wind supplied approximately 14% of Alberta's net-to-grid generation, and solar supplied approximately 3% of Alberta's net-to-grid generation. These numbers are significantly below those of these target levels. From August 3rd, 2023 to the end of February 2024, the province announced a moratorium on renewable power approvals. This was done to review the process and concerns from municipalities and landowners regarding land use, reclamation, and municipal participation. This led to the following: agriculture first land rules, which generally prohibits development on Class 1 and 2 agricultural lands unless proponents can demonstrate the ability for crops and/or livestock to coexist. In municipalities without Class 1 or 2 lands, Class 3 lands will be treated as Class 1 or 2. We don't have any 1 under the land suitability ranking system. It also created a 35-kilometer buffer zone around protected areas and pristine viewscapes where new wind projects are prohibited. The majority of this buffer zone applies to the foothills and Rocky Mountain landscapes, a couple other small pieces in there that add to it, but nothing really in our area. Mandatory reclamation security, either provided directly to the province or negotiated with landowners, and then the municipal right to participate and eligibility for cost recovery. We did not have that prior to. On a municipal level, we are managing applications where provincial legislation has removed the majority of the oversight from municipalities. While we are now considered to have standing on applications that fall within our jurisdictional borders, we have not been given the ability to deny these projects. We have recently amended our land use bylaw specifically regarding the sections relating to commercial solar and wind projects. However, as defined in the legislation, there are more renewable type projects to be considered. Typically, hydro projects fall under the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Conservation Board. However, the process that some of the other renewable options will take is still unknown. Administration has several questions for Council consideration that will help provide clarification for the attached draft policy if Council is in favor of this option. In the draft policy, we've created 4 potential levels of participation. Council can amend any of these levels as they see fit. Defining the trigger for participation would be helpful, whether that's type, size. This would include any projects that are not wind and solar renewables. Or would this include any projects that are not wind or solar renewables, and what level of participation would be warranted? We have level 1 where no participation is required. This could apply to generator applications for Bitcoin and some of the accessory uses for large projects. Level 2 would be a written submission outlining Council concerns. Level 3 would be a written submission and participation in the hearing, and level 4 would be legal and/or expert representation. What additional considerations should be included in the policy for administration to raise for AUC consideration? What should fall within the municipal interest for oversight? At what point does it go beyond the participation of administration and experts and/or legal representatives are hired to represent the municipal interests? And I've included some lists that we've created to provide some ideas for relevant factors to be considered. Some of these are reflected in the changes made to the land use bylaw, and a more detailed version has been attached for your information. It is one that we submitted in regards to one of the other projects. So some of the things, factors that have a municipal interest, and those are ones that we are currently in conversations over, are the soil erosion and overall site management during construction, stormwater management to prevent off-site impacts, road impacts, haul routes during construction, site and emergency access requirements, setbacks from property lines, screening of the site to reduce impacts on adjacent residents, weed and vegetation management beyond those that are defined in the Weed Control Act as prohibited or noxious, fire management, and then emergency response plans. So those are some of the things that we are wanting to have stay within our arena, but we're just not guaranteed of getting those within our arena. The other piece of information I just wanted to provide, just to give you some context. So the site that we have north of town has gotten their approval. It is developed. It did get a development permit from us. That site is the Kneehill solar project. That one is 25 megawatts. There's 64,000 panels, and it takes up approximately 140 acres. So just to give you an idea of the size and scale of some of what we have. The Three Hills project, which is located north on, just off of Highway 21, is 18 megawatts. It is 46,800 panels and 133 acres. They do have their Alberta Utilities Commission approval, but they have not come through our door yet for development permit. They have asked for an extension. They've asked for an extension with the AUC just to prolong that construction deadline, but they would still have to come through our door first. And then the one that we've had conversations more recently is the Lone Butte, which is 450 megawatts, 1.1 million panels on 2,000 acres behind fence. It's going to be in basically 3, but it's the one site, 4 is split down the middle. So there are 4 chunks. It's not all contiguous, but it is going to be 4 chunks of quite a significant land base. So anyway, that's kind of the end. We haven't, like I said, we haven't presented this to you before. I'm happy to move in whatever direction you would like as we proceed.
Thank you. Just for clarification, how many acres was the,
Kneehill or Three Hill?
the?
Kneehill,
Butte.
north of town.
Lone Butte.
Lone Butte is 2,000, it'll be 2,000 acres
2,000
behind fence. Yeah, in basically 4 sites. And that one's 450 megawatts.
Okay. Okay, any questions, concerns on this potential policy? Councillor Penner?
I guess my comment would be is that reading through this, we definitely need to have a game plan to approach these things so that we're not, everyone isn't a one-off process that we're trying to work with. I like the idea when I've seen this policy framework for dealing with it at this point.
Okay. Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I like the list. I like the amount of time you guys have spent on this. And I think, yeah, we have to do something. I mean, whatever gets pushed through or whatever happens, at least we have some kind of framework of what we want to see, and at least try to have some control on what we think we can control anyways. Thanks.
I've got a question. So the threshold gaps, level 1, level 2, level 3. So if a solar panel comes in for application and it's 9.9 megawatts, but is on 120 acres, which level would it fall into?
I think, first of all, if it's 9.9, you're not going to be on that large of a land base because it's not going to be as significant.
Yeah.
But
I'm just worried that
Yeah.
it might fall,
and
just kind of slip
that's up
through.
to you guys as council. So if you want to define that whatever is the lowest, we can edit that to be whatever
Okay.
is the lowest. And again, these are just ideas that were put in place based on the ones that we've got already and the applications that we've seen. So I'm happy to.
Okay. And then the other question I had, it didn't mention, you talked about it in your presentation about land classes. It doesn't mention that in the policy itself. Do we need to make sure that that's known for?
We do have that in the land use bylaw. Although when we were putting the land use bylaw in place, we were using CLI. And so what we had seen after we adopted that section, so we didn't want anything in 1, 2, or 3 for CLI.
Right.
But what we see is the province is relying more on the land suitability ranking, and that's because it's a more robust data set and it includes landscape and climate in beyond just the soil information. And so I think when we talk about land use bylaw or we come back with that review, we are going to want to note land suitability ranking in that. So I've left it out of the policy because The bylaw is the more enforceable, robust document. But I'm open to whatever suggestions. I do think we're going to have to land somewhere in that land suitability one
Okay,
to align with the provincial approvals.
sure. Councillor Olson?
So, being that it's a renewable energy application, does this, like, how does this affect the small landowner that wants to put like 30 panels on his
Yeah.
shop or?
Private is totally separate.
Okay.
And that does not equate in here, and we've kept it separate in the bylaw for both wind or solar. So private use, again, they may, depending on what they're doing, have to have, obviously they have to have safety code permits, but they may have to have a development permit depending on what they're choosing to do privately. But otherwise, they aren't restricted by this. The other piece, we are starting to see a big trend, and you maybe have heard some of it at RMA, I don't know what they're kicking around, but the nuclear. So the modular nuclear units are being really researched now. I have no idea. I have a feeling those are going to be something that the municipality doesn't get a lot of voice in, but I have no idea. And again, there's nothing yet. I know Alberta's working hard on the geothermal. Like the Hinton area has amazing geothermal, and so they're working hard to get some regulations and stuff in place. We still will permit private geothermal. We have a couple, and that's just safety codes. They can do that. But when it comes to this more commercial, that's where it gets, we don't know where they're going to land, so it just warrants having a conversation.
Reeve McCook, you had a question?
I guess the problem that I have is it's too bad it's got to this. I mean, we got the AUC that has cost us nothing but money. Every time we turn around, money, money, money. We spend taxpayers' dollars right up the yin-yang to fight these guys, and we get nothing back. They've taken every rate that we have to decide what belongs in this county and what doesn't. And all of a sudden now, they're gonna sit here and they're gonna push what direction that this county should be or should take with regards to the type of power plants or whatever. Thinking that everybody's gonna jump on the ball because of tax base. How much are we gonna get for taxes? That's all this is about. And the AUC is running it, and I hate to say it, but they've cost us the taxpayers all over Alberta, nothing but money, and they're continuing to. It's too bad it's got to this point.
Councillor Cunningham?
So a couple questions. So if we adopt this policy, then my understanding would be administration wouldn't come back to council on a case-by-case basis. They would just refer to the policy. Is that correct?
That would be correct, but we would certainly keep you in the loop. You would obviously know if something's coming. We would make sure it's in council updates when we get wind of something. Sorry.
Yeah. So to say.
Bad pun.
Party pun?
Bad pun. But we do, like often we will, with some of these developers, they will come and have conversations with us far before they ever come through the door with a permit or submit to the AUC. So when we are aware of those things, we will bring them to your attention that this one is in the background, it is in the works. Typically though, they've already signed leases before they come in our door, so there's very little we can do. As you are aware, we've put out some fact sheets to make sure people are aware of their rights as a landowner and things, if they are signing these leases, some of the things that should be considered, as well as if you're adjacent landowner. And we have those available. We usually take them when we do ratepayer meetings and stuff for people's benefit, but they are on our website and certainly available to pull. But yeah, it's been a steep learning curve, I think, for everyone. And there's just so much information and so many regulations and changes that keep coming that we're trying very hard to stay on top of it all. But as I said, if you want amendments to this, I'm happy to do that and proceed.
So my personal feeling is, having dealt with a lot of this in the last 5 years, is I don't actually want a policy. I would like to see it come case-by-case basis back to council. I've seen a lot of changes in the past 5 years, and like you just said, the regulations and the changes, the AUC, policies, the federal bills that come out. I think if we create a policy, I think we'd be looking at changing the policy pretty often because, you know, when we are going to these conventions, we're hearing every time that there's changes coming or promises made by different ministers. So, and I think it's hard, like, if we have it so, like, level 1, level 2, level 3, there might be a project that falls what we would assume to be fairly, doesn't really affect a lot of people, but maybe it's 160 acres that's surrounded by a lot of adjacent landowners. So maybe it is more, there is more people that are interested in that and have concerns, but if it doesn't fall within our levels here. So I personally, and I noticed here, like, I know it says May 30th of 2023, council made a motion to determine on a case-by-case basis. And then it said administration was directed by previous leadership to develop a policy. So I'm just curious, was administration directed by council or by staff to develop the policy?
Initially by staff, and then we brought that back to council, and council did direct the policy, to create a policy.
Reeve McCook?
Yeah, I'm with Councillor Cunningham on that aspect too. I think the more we have on some of these policies, the worse it is. I mean, for us. There's stuff that is gonna fall through that we need to take it as councillors and look at, so.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I'm more leaning to the policy, just because it's nice to have something in place, especially, so we're not redrafting something new every time, but at least have a base. I mean, we can always add to it from my perspective. And I don't know, these bigger projects, I don't know that we're gonna have to add, you know, if we cover, if we make a pretty detailed list, I don't know how much we have to add to some of it, but that's just my personal opinion.
Councillor Cunningham?
So I guess my comment to that would be, I don't think we'd have to redraft the policy because if we don't go the policy route, there isn't a policy to redraft, right? So my only fear is I don't want to make the assumption that a renewable energy project in our policy doesn't seem important to our ratepayers, when in fact it might be. I don't want to make that determination through policy. I want to hear from the people, and I want it to be personally on a case-by-case basis. And like I said, I mean, we've talked about geothermal and I mean nuclear, and I mean we could be looking at changing these policies, who knows, like we said. I mean biodigesters, like there's stuff coming out. I mean, I know data centers wouldn't necessarily fall under renewables, but we're just seeing so much changing happening. I just think this is a policy we would have to look at changing quite frequently. So, and I just want to comment too, when we talk about these different projects and the megawatt capacity, just so people are aware, that is their megawatt capacity. That doesn't mean that's what they're operating at. That's what their ceiling's at. If you ever want to have a look, the Alberta government has a really good site that shows you where the energy is coming from on an hour-by-hour basis. So a lot of times these companies say they're going to be producing XYZ, but have a look, have a look at what they're actually producing on an hour-by-hour basis. It's I found it very educational, actually.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to tack on to, I did include some other documents in here, so you do have a map of the viewscape in with your stuff, as well as I've included the average overall generation of electricity or power by technology. So it gives you an idea of what's already in place and what the percentage of that is. So there is some data that I've included just to give you an idea of what's out there and what's.
Okay. And just so I'm still learning all this planning and zoning, and it's a lot to learn, a lot to take in. This policy, whether it passes or not, is for council to direction or to staff.
Correct. Policies do help provide consistency in our approach, so that it's not necessarily about where something is, but the scale. And so, again, that's typically what we would look at. But again, it's totally up to you as council, and just know that sometimes something might get thrown at you very quickly because of timelines, deadlines that we get.
Okay.
So
then, public participation on this should something come forward, wouldn't come out of this policy, it would come out of our,
Yeah, the public participation portion is the AUC process.
okay.
So it has nothing to do with what we're doing. We are a participant, just like the landowners.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor Whitstock.
Well, thanks, Barb. My concern is if we don't have some sort of a policy when these projects come forward and they come into the planning office, how do you even have a discussion if you've got no policy to look at? It doesn't have to be that detailed, I don't believe, but it should be fairly general. And, you know, the thing is some of this stuff that's in here, judging by what's happened at Lone Pine, they can actually change the land use classification. Am I correct in that?
Correct, under, yes. So, under their
So
new,
if they can change the land use classification, they can probably get away with changing some of the other parameters, in my view. So I mean, I would hate to have
Yeah.
them come in to speak with you, and you have to tell them that, well, we have no idea. So it would be nice to have some sort of direction for planners to communicate back to the developers, but I don't know. Don't know how detailed it needs to be or how all-encompassing it should be, but there should be at least the ability to have that discussion.
Counselor Cunningham.
So I guess, you know, we have had some developments, renewable developments in the county so far, and we haven't had a policy to date, so I guess we've somehow made it work, but, so level 4, legal and expert representation as per council direction. So what's gonna trigger you to come to council rather than just refer to the policy on level 4?
because you have to set the budget. So we can't enter into those hiring of experts or legal representation without coming back to you, because you guys would set the budget for that.
So level 3, written submission and participation in the hearing. Participation to you doesn't mean staff participation, it means legal representation.
It could mean staff. I think we had
We did.
the CAO participate during the Kneehill. So it could mean staff, and again, this can all be,
See, to me, that's where it gets a little bit confusing, just because I was around last term and participated in that. And I know, like you said, there's a lot, it's a lot, and I still continue to get boggled. So, again, I appreciate the time, and you were given direction to do a policy, but to me, it almost complicates the matter, to me personally. I would just like to see it come on a case-by-case basis, but that's just my opinion.
Where would council like to direct administration to do? We have 6 options presented to us. Again, don't all jump up at once. Reeve McCook.
Yeah, I'd recommend that council just moves to accept this as information for now.
Any further discussion? Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I'm okay with the, with the policy again. Just so we have something that would, that we have as a baseline.
Right. We do have motion on the table. Any further discussion to this? Councillor Penner?
I guess the comment that I would make is that if we just receive this for information, we've kind of left administration in limbo as to how they're going to approach this going forward. And I think a few of us have mentioned that we do like the idea of having a policy in place to get the ball rolling, to get the first steps along so that this process has a certain continuity to it before it reaches us at a council level. That would be my comment.
Okay. I guess for myself, I feel like I need more information. I need to do some more research to approve this policy. Something tells me I don't feel comfortable with it. And I do agree that if we just accept it as information, then it leaves everybody in limbo and we don't know what to do. I'm not sure what the answer for the perfect world would be. I guess if there's no further discussion, we can vote on the motion. Councillor Cunningham?
Well, and like I said, if we go back to the RFD, I mean, this was, the policy direction was given in November of 2024, so, I mean, we're a year and a half out, so respectfully, we have a pretty awesome planning staff, and they've been making it work to date. I don't know if it makes it more complicated for you. I guess actually, Ms. Hazelton, that's a great question. Are you happy with it on a case-by-case basis, or would you rather see it in policy?
I would say when it comes to smaller projects, it's easier to have policy to provide that consistent approach with an applicant. Anything that's major, we're not going to blindside you with that. It's too much work on our side, and we are going to want your input, so we could do something that's kind of halfways, but, and I'm happy to collect whatever information that we can help collect to make it easier.
My only fear with that is what might be considered minor to us or planning might be major to that adjacent landowner. And I've experienced that with a project. So I don't want to ever discount those adjacent landowners. What we might perceive as minor might be really major. And so, I mean, I like Reeves' motion. I'm wondering, like, what I'm hearing is like, and this is new for you folks, and like I said, even sitting here for 4 or 5 years and being involved in the AUC in the process, it's overwhelming. So could we accept for information and maybe have it brought back in a few months when people feel more comfortable, or collect more information, or anyways, that's just a thought. We don't have to park it forever, maybe just more in store.
Councillor Woodstock?
Well, I think my biggest concern is AUC process. I mean, if they consider it for the greater good and they give approvals, we have to, well, I mean, we can not give a development permit and then end up not having the ability to put any conditions down. So we're pretty much in a loop where if they give their approval, we pretty much have to give our approval, but we need some kind of guidelines on something. I don't know if it has to be nearly this detailed, because it will come forward on a case-by-case basis regardless.
I think our argument is always to try to protect that municipal interest as much as we can through that process. So whether that's just a submission in writing that say, yes, we want to participate, we want you to consider these things. But at the end of the day, once it's approved, we have to align with that approval. And if it's been something that the AUC has considered through their process, we aren't allowed to reconsider that, and we cannot condition harsher than the AUC has. So if the AUC has not, and that's why we want to push for them to leave some things in our wheelhouse so that we can address them through the development permit. If we don't issue a development permit and they've received that AUC approval, it puts us all in front of the Land and Property Right Tribunal. And because there's that AUC approval, I don't think we'll be successful. It just takes a lot of time and energy for everyone. But so that's kind of how that works. This one's going to be a big test of how successful we are at keeping some things within that municipal interest in our arena. But that's what we're really fighting for, because we know that if it's touched in the provincial arena, we can't touch it. And so that's part of that challenge for us with planning.
Councillor Olson.
Would not having a policy help adjacent landowners to new, address some of the problems they may, or information they may be looking? They can look and see what is on our list, that what we are concerned with, and maybe that would cover some of their concerns as well. That would be a document that they could look at and then solve some of their questions. I don't know.
Motion on the floor. To receive the information, or report for information purposes. Councillor Cunningham, one more question?
Oh, last term I was, just one more, I promise, just one more. Just further to Ms. Hazelton's comments, we do have a fairly large hearing happening in May 24th.
May 20th.
May 20th, thank you. So this is the most participation that Kneehill County has ever had in a renewable energy project to date. So again, I just go back to maybe we want to hold the phone here for a minute and, like you kind of alluded to, see how this pans out. Maybe it'll give us some direction, maybe it won't, I don't know. But I would really like to see how this hearing goes forward with our involvement.
So then my
Council-
question becomes, should we defeat this motion and then re-motion for more information to come back to council, realizing that that probably fits into that time frame and keeps the ball rolling, keeps this process moving ahead? That would just be my.
And even though we, if this was motion, if we do accept it as information, we can still bring it back at a future meeting, correct?
Correct.
Correct. So we can still approve this motion if that's the way your voting hand goes, and bring it back after that May hearing and discuss it further. Maybe we'll learn something in the next month and a half. So I will call for the question that the Committee of the Whole receive the Managing Renewable Energy Application Participation Policy Report for information. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. I will now call for item 3.5, RCMP Stats and Community Priorities 2026. Welcome.
I'm back. So Teresa said that I can take over this RFD. So here we are.
Thank you.
So this is the RCMP Stats and Community Priorities, and it's a follow-up from the RCMP coming to the last council meeting to talk. All the detachment commanders were here and had a conversation around their community priorities and how they're going to be moving forward trying to set those priorities. The purpose of the meeting is to review RCMP and Protective Services reporting, discuss the continued relevance of the community priorities, and provide direction to whether priorities should be maintained, refined, or updated for 2026. Just kind of another little bit of a background is that, so we set these priorities, we give these all to the detachments, and then the detachments report back to council. So that's what those reports are supposed to reflect back to you when I bring them to you. That's what they're supposed to be. Putting their reporting towards. So, and they'll go to each community. So they'll also go to each of the urbans as well for their community priorities, for their urbans that are in their detachment areas, for their community priorities, and report back on their community priorities. Because the town of Three Hills might be different than the rural around. Three Hills, right? And so that's Kneehill County's part. So the current RCMP priorities that we have given them in 2025 on behalf of Kneehill County is rural crime prevention, community safety, presence in rural communities, road safety, and partnership with our county peace officers. Those were the priorities that we gave them. Key observations from reporting, so continued emphasis on rural patrol presences and targeted enforcement aligns with council priorities. Again, this is reporting to the RCMP, so whatever we're doing, it's not like it does impact the peace officers, but it's really the RCMP reporting back to you. Traffic enforcement and patrol hours on road safety and viability, and then protective services data reflects consistent activity with bylaw enforcement and community engagement. Additional context, so the statistical trends, community engagement, and alignment priorities were given to you at the last report. And RCMP continue to advance initiatives such as rural crime reduction units and real-time operations center, while noting ongoing pressures relating to crime trends, mental health, and court capacity. The RCMP Community Priorities Plan for 2026 and 2027 includes municipal input as part of the development. Considerations for 2026 priorities is to maintain those priorities, if they continue to reflect the community needs for Kneehill County, refine those priorities to improve focus and reporting clarity, and then consider whether additional community engagement is desired by council. So again, in the past, council just said, you know what, we represent Kneehill County and our communities, and we're just going to set the priorities. And that's what councils of the past did. RCMP are moving into direction where they actually want councils to engage their public in setting those priorities. And maybe that is something, in my opinion, that could be done at, for instance, a ratepayer meeting or something like that. Maybe when you have your next engagements, those could be done at that time. But RCMP is looking for feedback on those community priorities here in May. That would be great, if at all possible. So we're kind of running out of time for those that engagement part. But so I will leave that with you. There's council options available and no direct financial implication arising from this unless you choose to do some engagement separate of this.
Perfect, thank you. What direction would council like to give to the RCMP? Any comments? Councillor Whitstock.
Well, when I look at the previous priorities, they are all my priorities, but one of the things, and maybe it's just the way it's listed as presence in rural communities, I would maybe change that to visibility, because that is, in my thoughts, I know presence and visibility are kind of the same thing, but when you see a RCMP vehicle traveling down the road, that makes a difference.
I would agree with you. The public knows their presence is there, but when they see them, it makes that much more of a difference. So I would agree with that. Councillor Cunningham?
Yeah, I'll just reiterate that I like the presence or visibility, however you want to say it. They actually came down my road yesterday when I was, so I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, but anyhow, it was just nice. Actually, I was waving, thinking it was one of our peace officers, and oh, that's RCMP. So, you know, I think being involved in the community and being on Police Advisory Past Council, I certainly did see the RCMP in the communities a lot. I think they've had some challenges because, I mean, as we had when Mr. Day was here, Sergeant Day, pardon me, I think this new sergeant's just coming on board here shortly, right? So, and I think there's been some shortages at the detachment. So, of course, their presence is welcome, but we also need to have them up to fully staffed so they can provide that, right? So, yeah, but yeah, I'm fine with the priorities too.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I would agree. I'm fine with these priorities. I'm not sure why you wouldn't be fine with these priorities, but yeah, no, it looks good.
Any further recommendations for administration? Reeve McCook?
I recommend that we present the council of to continue on as with the 2025 recommendations or the priorities.
I'll just wait for the typing master to. Yeah. Typing guru.
Is that what you wanted to see? Okay, perfect.
Yes. Any further discussion on?
Taking out youth engagement? I'm pretty sure the youth would like to be engaged.
Yeah, I would agree.
Perfect.
Yeah,
That's what I said, they really want to be that engaged.
Take elderly engagement out.
yeah. Any more discussion? Okay, all those in favor of this? Carried. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll take a short 3-minute break. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We'll move on to 3.6, Policy 16-5, Authorization of Unbudgeted Expenditures. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. I bring to you today to review the authorization of unbudgeted expenditures. Every term, we try to have our policies reviewed by council so that they can have their eyes on each one. So this is the first one I'm bringing forward. So I've made some changes to the policy. I've amended it. I've taken out some of the, some of the grayer area, tried to increase the transparency, put clear defined roles, approved thresholds, reporting requirements. So some of their, there's some key things I've added. I've put in there emergency expenditures. So just a clear area where the CAO has authorization in case of an absolute emergency that would correct it, like that anything would be in danger. So protect life, property, and infrastructure, essential municipal services. So I've just tried to make this policy a little bit clearer, a little bit more transparent, align it with our purchasing, and I've put in some thresholds of what are variance reports, what we will be showing you. Material budget variances exceeding 10% and 1,000 will be specifically highlighted in our variance report so that you can see them. So I just wanted everything to be a lot clearer and transparent. So I'm hoping that this checked those boxes. So if you have any questions for me, that would be.
Reeve McCook.
Yeah, one of the things is that I've always said it, and I'm going to still keep saying it with these taxpayers' dollars and stuff like that. Authorization and unbudgeted expenditures, I think, has got to come back to council all the time. These are dollars and cents, taxpayers' dollars and cents. There's no more moving. I don't think we should be having staff move money around within a budget. I am pretty sure we talked about this prior, and moving it to where they figure their priority is. That's not the priorities. That's not how it's done. Going forward, when we get into the budgets and everything like that, coming next year, it's going to be, I'm hoping it's going to be a direct deal from council, and it's very clear on how things have to happen. So when I look at the policy, yeah, there's some good things in there, but there's also some things in there that I don't agree with on who has authority to do what. And just to make it simple, I think everything that's out of the norm comes back to council.
So one of the reasons I wanted to bring this policy to COW is that way council can review it and they can make changes and do whatever they want to see with this policy, so that and then I will take it back. I will amend it and then bring it back to council. So of course, if there's anything in here that specifically that you would like to see changed, that's why I've brought it here, so that we can make those changes and then I can bring it to council for approval when it's amended.
Reeve McCook.
Yep, by all means, perfect.
Councillor Olson.
Yeah, I would like to see us stick as closely to the budget as possible and the money stay where it was budgeted for and intended. Other than possibly the emergency expenditures. And on that, do we budget for any monies for any type of emergency situations that come up, or is that just something we do on a?
Depending on the severity of the emergency, of course. We always have, like, for repairs and maintenance, and we have budgets for that. So I will use an example of, so one day we had water coming from the sewer in the basement here. Now, we have a building and repair budget. But now if all of a sudden there's damage and we have to close the office or any of those kind of things, that would require, maybe would be an over budget. But when it comes to the day-to-day repairs and maintenance, we budget for those items.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking possibly for, event like a hurricane or something where we had to, rent a hotel room or something for, okay, I just.
Yeah.
Yeah, but is there a budget for that? Do we set money
Don't know if there
aside?
is a-
That there is, through the emergency services, that can come through the, it comes through the emergency services and the chain reaction through the CAO.
That is correct. Yeah,
Right.
But that would go to
The funds would
council.
come from reserve. It's not set aside in our budget, but it's in the reserve side of things that we would draw from.
But then if we did have a budget for it and it was within the budget, then there would be no need for this emergency expenditures, right? Because it's already in that line item.
Correct, as long as the emergency decides to stay within that budget. CAO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Brief to all of Committee of the Whole. When we budget for something, we also have to tax for it. So if we don't need the money, we don't like to budget for it. That's why we look at a contingency reserve or emergency management reserve for when we do have those incidents. We don't want money sitting on a budget because it does increase our taxes. So if we don't need it, we don't want to budget.
Oh, go ahead.
Also in here, and that's one of the other thing is what I did clean up in here is if this line, we want to keep our budget lines, that's what the budget line is for. We don't want to be changing and saying, oh, well, we have extra here, we can use it for something else. We have to keep the integrity of the budget intact. So when we budget in a line item for, let's say for an IT, we budget for software. Well, just because software may be lower, that doesn't mean that money's now available for a computer or anything like that. We want to keep our integrity of our budget, using the budget for what it was intended to be.
Reeve McCook?
Yeah, sounds good. It's, the thought is good. I think what we do here is, I think we just recommend to council that, or take this back ourselves and change whatever we want and bring it back to council for you to reprove or redo.
Okay. CAO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the Deputy Brief to all of Committee of the Whole. If you have specific items you would like to send us via email, we can then incorporate them into a new policy and bring it back for review, or we could take your ideas right now and Will can come back at one of the future meetings with all of your changes. So if there's specific wording that's giving you maybe heartburn you don't like, we can change it. Let us know what it is and then we'd be happy to change, modify, and bring it back to council for adoption.
Councillor Olson?
Yeah, I think with myself personally, it's just what we discussed here is staying within the budget and not moving. I think the biggest thing is moving funds around, which I'm not personally in favor of.
Well, the master typist has Committee of the Whole recommend to council to approve policy 16.5 authorization of unbudgeted expenditures as amended. So, yeah, we need to know if we're amending something today or in the future. Okay. Councillor Whitstock has a question?
Well, not so much. I've got a question for council, I guess. I think from what I'm hearing, 3A is probably a little tentative with you guys. I don't know. I have faith in the CAO, but I'm not exactly sure what council feels about.
I'm thinking you're looking at the previous policy?
I'm not sure.
Or are you looking at 4A?
Oh, okay, so I was looking at the previous one then, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Scrap what I said then.
Counselor Penner.
Yeah, I guess my comment would be though, when I look at that, if 4A and B are things that we're curious about, much of what I see that applying to is the day-to-day operations. So I think we have to give administration the ability to deal with the day-to-day things, the changes that occur. If they have to keep coming back to council, each one of these delays ends up being a week or 2 weeks before we get to deal with it again. And I don't see that being an effective way for administration to deal with their day-to-day responsibilities.
CAO Cochran.
Thank you. Through the reef to the Committee of the Whole, I think I'll just give a little clarification. This policy actually tightens up what we can do with our GL lines and from our past and current state. This forces budget managers to be strict within their GLs and their budget lines. However, say for facilities, for instance, if we've budgeted for the shop for $20,000 on an HVAC system, but for the admin building's HVAC system went, that's where the wiggle room would be. We'd move within those GLs. We wouldn't be looking to add to GLs or to change GLs, and any unbudgeted expenditure would be brought back to council, and it's a very small ratio of the changes. So I'd be looking at a budget manager's overall budget, not individual line items. So this really does actually tighten up compared to the past state as to what budget managers can do. Because there was a little bit of moving around before. We want to make sure they're staying tight within that GL line, so they're accountable to that.
Okay, and then my other concern is, as long as budget managers don't use if I don't use it, I lose it, and I'm gonna spend it just to spend. I don't agree with that, so that's one of my concerns. I don't do that at all.
So we don't do that.
Anymore. Yeah. Counselor Olson.
Yeah, even if it was an HVAC system, which is typically, you know, okay. I was gonna say, because if it was budgeted for that shop, obviously that shop needed that money, and then if it was moved, that would still be, I would like to see that come back.
So 4B does say report the over budgeted expenditure to council. So we would have to report it to council there after anything was changed. HVAC system was a bad example because it's a huge expense. I didn't have a quick example up in my brain, but you know, any unbudgeted expenses or expenditures come back to council all the time, every time.
Counselor Cunningham.
So what I'm hearing Mr. Nyman and Ms. Cochran say is, I hate to bring them up again, but the good old fish pot cooker, I mean, that's just one that I always go back to. So when it came out, where did it come from? Well, it was in the budget. Okay, well, where in the budget was it? So I think what I'm hearing is, you're not gonna move puzzle pieces around or rob Peter to pay Paul, right? So if Will decides he wants a new staff member, but there's no money left in staffing, he can't rob from the roads department, right? So I think from what I'm hearing is we are creating a lot more accountability and limiting that ability to move pieces around. So I really like what I'm hearing.
We have a motion on the table, but the type master has created. This was Reeve McCook's motion.
You can read it.
Reeve McCook, if you'd like to read the motion.
I don't, but I will. That the Committee of the Whole direct administration to bring back, or to bring policy 16.5, authorization or of unbudgeted expenditures to a future council meeting with amendments from council.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to 3.7, Bylaw 1930, Procedural Bylaw.
Now for the good stuff. Before you today is the proposed bylaw 1930, the procedural bylaw. Council has previously reviewed this document at the February 27th Committee of the Whole meeting and again at the March 10th Council meeting. Since that time, administration has made several changes based on Council's feedback and further consideration. All changes and related discussions are fully documented in Attachment A for Council's reference, and you can find that document starting on page 197 of your Council package. Since the last session, the following updates have been completed. First, with the removal of the governance model review, 2 sections of the procedural bylaw were updated to strengthen and clarify those provisions. These include section 38, notice of motion, and section 32, motions to defer. Second, updates were made respecting Committee of the Whole meetings. These revisions confirm that Council may invite resident participation at Committee of the Whole meetings when Council deems it appropriate, while also clearly stating that such participation is not intended to occur on a regular, unrestricted basis. This preserves the working nature of the committee while maintaining flexibility when warranted. The third, procedural clarity has been added around revisiting council decisions. Clear guidelines aligned with Robert's Rules of Order have been incorporated to provide council with appropriate and consistent processes to revisit, correct, or adjust prior decisions. These include reconsideration, which can be done at the same meeting. Motion to reconsider can only be done by someone who voted on the prevailing side. Renewal of a deferred motion applies to any motions that have failed, must be done at a meeting following, not at the same meeting. And rescinding or amending a previously adopted motion must be done at a following meeting. To support these additions, several new definitions have also been included, such as substantially the same motion and prevailing side. A practical cheat guide has been inserted into the document to assist council when applying these procedures when they arise. Ultimately, these changes are intended to ensure council's hands are not unnecessarily tied if it becomes appropriate to revisit a decision while still maintaining a clear procedural disciplines. Finally, following the last council session, members expressed the need for additional clarity regarding council participation in closed session while attending electronically, as well as limits on electronic participation. In response, attachment B has been prepared, and you can find that on page 214 and 215, outlining how other municipalities are addressing these matters for council's information and consideration. So, thank you, council. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any comments, concerns, questions? Councillor Whitstock.
Well, I've asked the question before, and I'm trying to see the rationale behind it, but in 14.9, members in a location outside of Kneehill County for any reason. So is this 2 consecutive council meetings? Is this 2 consecutive meetings? What is the explanation, or basically what is the rationale to limit to 2?
Fourteen 9A states, or could, participation under this clause is limited to a maximum of 2 consecutive meetings. I would assume that would mean in a row. Pardon me?
I think we just want to clarify that, like, does that mean 2 council meetings consecutively? Or would like for example, today, would, if you did cow and then council, is that 2 consecutive, or is it just 2 consecutive council meetings? Yeah, so we have to clarify that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Councillor Whitstock?
Well, I guess I would like to hear what the rationale is for it. Because I don't see any difference whether I'm sitting on the Kneehill County border or whether I'm sitting in Red Deer or Calgary, or if I'm sitting someplace where I have decent internet conductivity. I can see the point where where the meeting is being interrupted because of poor communication. But if the meeting's not being interrupted because of poor communication, what would limit somebody to only missing or only being able to participate in 2 meetings? Whereas if you're decided to stay at home, you can do as many as you want. I mean, and it still isn't clear to me whether this means 2 consecutive council meetings or whether it means any kind of committee meeting. Makes no sense.
Councillor Olson?
And are we talking about in person or online or both, or?
This clause is in reference to electronic meetings, yeah. And I think it was brought up that I've heard from our ratepayers that having counselors away for a length of time and doing meetings by Zoom isn't what they expect of a counselor. So it was brought forward that maybe this should be introduced to, and they put us in this chair for a reason to attend meetings, and although attending virtually is still attending a meeting, but I'm hearing from a counselor in another region that is attending meetings virtually has been voted out, voted off boards because they don't want you attending virtually. It's recommended that we're sitting in this chair attending the meeting, so I want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to our ratepayers that that's what's happening. And I understand your situation, but at the same time, we have to take into account we're here for a reason. Sorry, Reeve McCook.
Yeah, was this 2 meetings was prior, like that's what the old Municipal Government Act said? 3 was the number?
The old.
Yeah, or whatever.
Municipal Government Act says 60 days.
But, no, I'm talking way back. But but was this to do with COVID also?
Correct, it was opened up for COVID.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, anything, any directive or whatever we've had from COVID should be thrown out right now, started over again. I mean, this has got too far, but.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. I was at a Community Futures meeting a couple of weeks ago, and this is really actually quite a hot topic of conversation of how we want to deal with this, because as mentioned, I think a lot of these changes did come about during COVID. So I think, Ms. Vanderkool, somewhere in our procedural bylaw, it does say that like participation in person is encouraged, right? So I think in the spirit of that bylaw, that's what we're saying, like we really do want people to be here as much as possible. So in answer to your question, Councillor Woodstock, for me personally, I think again, we're just going back to that encouragement to have people sit here in person. As Deputy Reeve mentioned, I mean, people are commenting on that they do want to see people here in person. And so I guess for me, I think 2 meetings is fairly good to be online, like 2 consecutive council meetings. I think I alluded to it before. If I decide to go away for 3 months and sit in Hawaii, I wouldn't I wouldn't feel right about being online for all of those meetings. I don't think I wouldn't feel right about being paid when I'm sitting in Hawaii on Zoom. So if I did 2 meetings and then time's up kind of thing, but that's just kind of where I'm at with it.
Counselor Olson?
Yeah, I still want, you know, council to have this option to be able to do the online. But yeah, I am in agreement with some of the stuff that's been said, and I think the way it stands too is, I'm in agreement with the 2.
Counselor Woodstock?
So if we're in agreement with the 2 meetings when you're outside of Kneehill County, what is the difference that there's no limits if you're participating within inside Kneehill County?
Reeve McCook?
Yeah, I understand that. I agree with that. But is that the COVID thing? Was that the COVID thing, from working from home or whatever?
Would be my understanding, yes.
That's the conflict.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whether you're at here or
Electronically.
in Argentina, you miss 2, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to argue about the 2 meetings. I mean, I've never got to the point where I've missed 2 consecutive council meetings. So.
I agree with what you're talking about there. That's something that's contradicting everything.
I think location should not determine whether or not you're allowed to participate in electronic meetings.
Correct. 2, yeah, we can change that to 2 electronic meetings, council meetings, yeah. Counselor Olson?
If somebody though, like I'm just thinking of sickness or whatever, and then are we gonna leave, if we're gonna change it to this 2, then are we gonna leave it open to council to be able to decide on a case by case if somebody gets?
Do a variance.
What's that?
Do a variance.
Well, just because, let's say, heaven forbid, one of us gets sick and is bedridden or whatever, but still want to be part of council, can still answer questions, can still participate in council meetings, but yet just needs added time over the 2 meetings, which is just a month, right? And there's lots of cases that people that are suffering, you know, from cancer treatment or things like that aren't supposed to be out and about. They could pick up things while they're under that. So if that's the case, we're gonna go to make it the same for everything, then we need to leave something open for that scenario, I believe.
Counselor Cunningham?
So I think in 9B, it says the member is in a location within Kneehill County but is unable to attend the meeting for personal or family reasons, but desires to participate electronically. To me, that's where the sickness, or like you said, if you're going through cancer treatment but still able to participate, that's where it would fall under for me.
And then 9B also, well, could be, in blue says there's no limit to electronic participation under this clause, so yeah. Counselor Penner?
I guess the comment that I would make, though, is that though they are few, there are random cases where people go for treatment. If we were using sickness as a choice, where they might be having treatment outside of Kneehill County, outside of the province of Alberta. And I think overall what we're boiling down to is that electronic meetings seem to be increasing in all facets of our community. Traveling expenses, time commitments. I'm not sure I see the value of limiting it at 2 or 3 or even 4. That would just be my opinion.
All right, Counselor Cunningham?
So just to pivot a little bit, number 13, section 7 under closed session where it talks about matters are to be kept confidential. I would just like to add to that, the use of cell phones is prohibited during closed session.
Section 7. I would also support that. Not having cell phones, not using a cell phone while we're in a closed meeting just for privacy matters. Counselor Olson?
This is specifically for the closed meeting?
Correct.
Yeah, I'd be in support of that as well.
And I understand we all have emergencies. Something may come up, but if you do have an emergency, I guess, step out of the room. I have an emergency, I have to leave, whatever. Yeah. I'm not asking or suggesting that we put our cell phones in the little cubby holes in the back like they used to. Counselor Cunningham?
Yeah, just a little bit further to that. Yeah, I mean, I know there's times I grab my phone during a meeting to use my calculator when we're maybe talking budget or something. So that's, you know, like I said, and we might look something up, a bylaw or whatever. So that's not the point. But I just think that it's closed session is a different animal. And some of the stuff that we're discussing is very highly confidential. So I just think it's prudent to make sure our cell phones are not in use during closed session.
Counselor Whitstock?
And I would agree. I don't believe cell phones should be used through closed session. But that being said, it also states in here to keep confidential all matters discussed during the meeting. Well, I mean, it's not just during the meeting, it's after the meeting, you keep all that stuff inside. So it comes down to accountability, honesty, and integrity. So you can put that in there, no cell phones used through the meeting. I mean, I'm fine with that. But it all comes down to the bigger question about integrity, honesty, and, you know, that's the way it's supposed to be, so.
Absolutely. I feel like we're getting closer to this document. Some days I feel, oh yeah, that's good, and then the next one, nope, not so much. It's a living document. Reeve McCook.
Yeah, if we're all done, I recommend that we, council, adopt the proposed amendments discussed today for future council meeting.
As amended.
Sorry, I didn't realize we got in discussion.
We still have time to discuss now as well.
Okay, then I was thinking we were still on that, but then I would move to 37, under the renewal of the defeated motion, it says any subsequent meeting. Was that not, did we not have in there timeframe of 6 months at one point in time? That it can be brought back up again?
Oh, microphone, sorry.
Microphone. Try that again.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, under 37, renewal of a defeated motion, in brackets it says any subsequent meeting. Was that not, at one time, did we not have a?
A 60-day clause?
Yeah, specific, was it 60 days or was it 6 months?
Might have been 6 months.
I think it was 6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, why, what's the what? I think we should still have a time.
I think it was put in there to deter somebody from bringing back a motion every meeting.
Yeah,
about a
well, this leaves
specific.
that open, does it not? Because it says we can bring it up at the next subsequent meeting.
Instead of the 6 months.
Yeah. I don't want to keep bringing something up
No.
every meeting, but that's just myself personally.
It was in the old bylaw 1919,
okay.
but not
Yeah,
in
yeah.
this new one, 1930. You bring up a valid point.
I think if it's been defeated and discussed and all the stuff, it could have a time frame
Right.
before we just, because I'd be unhappy with it being brought back up at the next meeting.
Right. Yeah, there it is there. 6 months has passed.
So I'm not sure why that was taken out.
Oh, if I can speak?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair. So it was taken out because we didn't want to tie your hands if you guys make a decision, and that if you wanted to reconsider that decision, you have an opportunity to change it. So your hands were kind of tied with this. If it was defeated or carried, you couldn't do anything for 6 months afterwards.
Counselor Olson?
But if we discussed it and gone through it and beat it up and whatever else like we do, then I just think it would breed problems as well with having it brought up at the next meeting. So I don't think it's tying our hands. We can bring it up. We're allowed to bring it up. It's just giving us a time frame.
That would fall into clause number 2, renewal of a defeated motion at a subsequent meeting. 2A is a motion that was defeated may be introduced again at a subsequent meeting as new business unless restricted by this bylaw.
Yeah, that's not what I'm not in favor of that.
Go ahead.
So I guess you don't want your hands tied, but if you also come into a situation where a counselor is bringing up a motion that has been defeated or it was carried and that counselor wasn't happy with that result and they keep on bringing the same motion, somebody could make a motion saying that this motion will not be brought back for another 6 months, or this topic will not be brought up for another 6 months. You can make them, so then your hands aren't tied. Because I don't, in my time, I have not seen where, I've seen it once where a motion kept on being brought back. That's why we changed this policy to add that 6 months.
And not,
So, but I did see also a time where your hands were tied and you couldn't bring a motion back. So I don't know what to say, which side of the fence
Kinda
do
like
you
the-
want to be on?
the mowing issue, that our hands would have been tied. Counselor Olson?
But then are we going to add that to every motion we make?
No, it would be brought back at the next,
So,
So if you brought up a-
so that it's not brought up within 6 months again, do we say that for every motion, or whoever makes a motion and they don't want it brought up again, do they have to add that to every motion they
no,
make?
no.
No, I think it's just so you can't continue to bring up motions.
It's a way of dealing with it after it comes up once or twice.
Yeah, so it just says you can't revisit it for 6 months.
Yeah, that's what, I like that part. I just, yeah, I understand what Carolyn's saying, but then it would, have everybody putting in that 6 month on their motion.
I understand your concern. I think with, Counselor Woodstock?
I think I don't know if it's an easy way, but there is a way to do it, because when you approve the agenda, you don't necessarily have to approve additions to the agenda. So maybe that would be the time to deal with it. I don't know if that's something that would be a staff question, I guess. But in my view, if you have continuous bringing up the same motion, you could probably address it in the agenda.
Yeah, if council were using the notice of motion properly, that would probably be fixed there as well. Because then the notice of motion would be defeated to go forward.
Right.
So then, obviously, the way to do it would be, don't accept it as an addition to the agenda. You will put it on the next agenda for motion or notice of motion, and that's where it could be defeated.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, I get you.
So, I'm not trying to beat this up either, but let's say somebody wasn't at the next meeting and he couldn't be there to object to that. I'm just trying to solve the keep bringing, you know, a defeated motion forward all the time. I can see it being a problem, but that's just me.
It doesn't happen, it doesn't happen very often, but it has happened here in my time. And that was why it was brought forward. I don't see where it's actually a problem with council generally, but.
Yeah, I guess that would have just been my comment as well, that if we go back to that 6-month policy, we're creating something for a situation that happens so rarely. It probably interferes more in our ability to deal with something where we've made a mistake than where we have reconsidered than not reconsidered. So why tie our hands with that?
Yeah,
Specifically at that point, I guess.
I would agree. Any further discussion? Counselor Olson.
Okay, I guess what I'm hating is the next subsequent meeting. Can it even, like, can we?
What you're saying is you'd like a little bit of a time frame in there?
Well, something, but yeah, I mean, I understand with what we've done with the mowing. But that could also be postponed to, you know, not the next regular council meeting, but the time, just to give us some time to, because otherwise we're just, yeah.
Yeah.
And it gives us, it makes us put a lot of, you know, it puts pressure on us to make good decisions versus just, oh, we can fix it next meeting.
Right. Counselor Whitstock?
I guess using your example in that case, if it becomes an issue with the budget being approved or timelines for the contract going out, that could become an issue if you're going to delay it by a month. Just wanted to throw that out there.
And I feel we're a pretty good group of upstanding citizens and counselors that we wouldn't do that, bring it back every, that's my honest opinion and feeling, but we understand your concerns. The other option is we can let this play out for a year. We can always bring this policy back, or this bylaw back. Yeah, we can bring it back anytime.
Point in reference. Yeah, let's
So have we discussed this to its full potential?
So just for clarity, do you want to keep it as subsequent meeting or the next council meeting?
Well, if we go by the motion, it's accepted as amended.
It's gotta be a council meeting, doesn't it?
Yes, it has to be,
Yes,
because
has to
committee
be.
of the whole, we can't make formal motions
Yeah,
anyways.
we can't make formal motions. It
Only
committee of the
recommendations.
whole.
Good.
So where are we at, Chair?
Yeah, we're contemplating your concern with being introduced at any subsequent meeting as new business. Reeve McCook?
I'm okay with it. There's a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor. And that motion, is that how you'd like it to read?
Yes.
Would you please read it for us?
That the committee of the whole recommend to council the proposed amendments discussed at today's meeting to a future council meeting.
Councillor Whitstock?
So we're still in discussion phase here?
Correct.
Okay, so I just need clarity on 14.9. Because I don't, I haven't got it clarified in my head. So if somebody could. Are we going to limit to 2 consecutive council meetings? And it doesn't matter if you are within the county or outside of the county, the same way? Are we doing that?
We discussed that, didn't we?
Well, we had a discussion,
No, we
but I don't believe we ever came to a conclusion on it.
Yeah, I was, in speaking to that, Mr. Woodstock, I was in favor of that. That was a problem.
Councillor Olson?
But then that's not how the amendment, we'd have to change this to go along with the motion, is that correct?
Correct.
We need to add it to my motion. Or amend it.
Councillor Whitstock?
I guess we could probably add one more point to that, stating that with council's permission, you could extend that with council's permission.
I would think.
I'm not sure if that's what council would want to add to it, but I think if you got permission ahead of time,
I actually like that, because it lets us have an option of, on a one-off, right?
Right.
For-
Yeah, it would still have to come back to council for a decision. I think our type master is just jotting down notes. I didn't want to rush her.
So I received that change under 14A.
9.
Well, 14.9A, yes, yeah. So now the recommended motion that the committee of the whole recommend to council the proposed amendments discussed at today's meeting to a future council meeting.
That should cover it, because the amendment's been accepted for next council meeting.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
right? Any other ones? Any other ones we needed to? Okay,
yeah.
yeah,
Cell phone one. Okay,
okay.
would you like, do we need to
okay.
read the motion again?
It's the same motion.
Call for the Vote, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Getting closer.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to table it because I gotta get my head wrapped around it. It's pretty long.
But we can table it to the next cow, because to get started on it now, it's gonna be 45 minutes at least.
At least, yeah.
So I don't mind, if there's nothing urgent that any decisions need to be made today, so it's a policy that we just need to amend, it's part of our regular policy reviews, but we can push it to the next cow.
Sure. We will, yeah. We'll need a motion to table policy 19-2, human resources. Defer it. Counselor Olson, go ahead.
I would make the motion and the council of the whole defer human resource policy 19-2 to the next committee of the whole meeting. Recommend,
all I need.
do we have to put a date on that or no?
Nope.
No. Okay, that's it then.
Any comments, concerns, or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Moving on to adjournment. I don't believe we have a closed session. I'll call for adjournment at 12:20. Thank you.